Hello, hello. Time for some art. Let's see how weird this is because I got the same picture on the stream compared to on my screen right now. Let's switch it up. Hey, Corey. Great to see you here. Let's make a quick announcement. We'll know that Friday Art and Chill is live. In the meantime, how is everyone doing? Got a couple of people here. Chill. Right. So, lots of stuff happened in the meantime. Since the last time, I'm trying to remember. Let me actually quickly take a look. Where did we end up last time? Because I'm kind of curious how much we done in the meantime. Okay, yeah. So we did start adding people into the mix as well. Cool. Started doing that shot too. Okay, cool. So I think the main thing that happened between the streams is that I focused a lot of my time redoing this shot specifically, because before I didn't really like where it was going. It didn't really mesh well in the sequence of things, and also it just didn't really have like a nice composition. So I spent a lot more time on this shot specifically. Show you what it was before and what it is now. This was the before, right? It was kind of like overwhelming, and now we're dealing with something that looks like this instead. Like it's a way nicer composition. We got some interesting things going on the left side as well, and then we have like a nicely framed guy on the right. The path leading onto it. So that looks real nice. I also filled up the market a little bit more. We have more people in there. So I think overall the shots are in a really good place right now. I do want to do some adjustments here, but I think the other ones are pretty good. So instead, what I'll do today is I'm probably going to focus on polishing some of the assets, because some of the assets, especially up close, look really rough. So that's what I'm going to be focusing on today. I'm just going to continue with that, like I was doing yesterday, like just refining, really refining like all these assets. And I've also made like a little trim for the border so that we have like some frayed edges as well. We do need to look at the material and how it's blending in with the main thing, but all in good time. Heck, it's time! It is! Let's go! Hi, Duno! I'm from Portugal. Awesome channel. Thank you so much. And thank you for popping into the chat as well. It's great to see people from around the world here. Let's see. For this one, what I'll probably do... We have two choices here. Either I make like holes for the pillars to go through, or I cut off the sides and we kind of have like a setup like we do here, right? Where it's just like a piece of fabric that goes on top of the entire thing. But I think it might actually be nice. Maybe just make holes for the fabric. Like holes for the poles. see. We're gonna do like a lot of cleanup today as well. Just fixing all the little rope connections stuff too. We're probably gonna split the fabric up here and then just wrap it with like some ropes, I'm thinking. Something like that could be interesting. Oh, and also if you're new to the channel and to this live stream, feel free to ask any questions about your personal work, about the industry, about what the hell I'm doing on screen. It's all good. It's all good. Hi, Jake. Great to see you here, buddy. How are you doing? So I'm thinking, how would they connect? Because this piece of fabric would probably rest on this little pillar here. Hi, Andrea. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you back. How are you doing? I'm doing great today. I'm doing great. So much. I might be getting sick. I'm not sure. I just feel like a slight little tingle in my throat. So let's hope it doesn't develop into something more. Hey, Fruity! Welcome back. What are we doing here? So this use here. This pillar is. We'll fix the UVs later. I'm worried about it. They were broken from the start anyway, so that's all good. Thinking. Maybe. Let's see. Just do this and then separate. Turn that into. Not everything. What? Single edged. It's unfortunate. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, I just hope it doesn't develop into anything, you know? Here's hoping. I'm still holding out hope that it's just nothing and that it's just gonna go away tomorrow. Something like that. We'll see. Don't want it. Please. And I'm thinking this is like a piece of rope holding everything together, right? So it's like just fastened by itself. Does that make sense? Probably put like a something like that, right? Trying to think. Maybe we curve this one. That doesn't work. Probably need to wrap it around again or something like that. Yeah, Frukti, Andrea, how are you both doing? Let's see. It's here. Pipe. Find these two. Kind of getting. And what I'm thinking is that this one. Segment go. That one connects into this one. Goes around. Connects with that one. We have like a full loop going on, and this one connects with that one again. We're gonna start simple, and then we're gonna keep on building up onto it, right? Now this thing going into the front doesn't really make sense. Why is Blender so slow? I mean, I do have a lot of stuff in the scene, though. It's not the best idea. Or maybe I misclicked on something. Okay. So, that goes around. Maybe this needs to go around as well. Although it was kind of meant for the fabric to be connected. Don't really care about some of this other stuff. It also doesn't need to be perfect. Pretty doing's fine. Applying right now, so I hope for the best. Did you actually made all the textures yourself, or did you use pre-made ones as well? No, all of it you see is made by myself. Like all the textures, all the assets. Apart from in some of the screenshots, you'll probably see like a couple of flowers or something like that in the barley. But all of the rest of it is just made by myself. Let's see. I feel like this doesn't make, but I'm gonna make do with it for now. Let's smooth this out a little bit. Also, what we're gonna do, we're gonna make sure that this kind of has like a nice divot going in the middle, that we give like the fabric like some nice curves as well. But yeah, Fruchty, like Andrea's saying, best of luck. I know that it's rough out there right now, but don't let that demotivate you. Like, keep looking. There's still openings for jobs going around. I know that there are people like in the final stages for interviews as we speak. So don't give up hope. Keep applying. You'll get there. This over the pillar, so that it kind of rests. Find out some new music today as well, so give it a try. Section that I haven't shot. Do-do-do. See. I also don't like that this is like so uneven. Probably just gonna revert it to what I had before. Just making sure that these edges are roughly aligned with where like the, what is it, the frame of it is, right? Because I want to use this as like an outer edge. And whatever we add in the middle here, what the hell's causing this thing? Probably some wonky geo over here. So cap this one off. Funky playlist. Yes. I do want to have like a serious hang in this. Hey Beta! Beta saying, hey Tim, how are you? I'm doing good. Thank you so much for asking. How are you doing? You're so nice. It's asking how everyone's doing. Yeah, today we're just working on like refining some meshes over here. Let's see how we do this, because this angle needs to be aligned with this section. Hey, Martin! Welcome, welcome. That needs to be aligned to this section. I'm not sure. Maybe it will be better to have the corners aligned to that as well. It's so messy. I think if we get the base shape right, we can start tweaking. Something like this. Did you ever contemplate running cloth sims for these bits? You could. I mean, I did it on other parts. So there's like tents that I did with cloth sims. Let's see if I can find them real quick. Got these guys they were done with cloth sims. Yeah, didn't really consider it for these guys, honestly. Also, kind of having fun with this. Doing it manually. It's a very good suggestion, though. A very logical suggestion as well. Yeah. It's also the advice that I would probably give myself. And yet, here I'm doing it manually. Hard mode. Something making. Everything fine from this side? That prop was textured with a trim? Yes. Yeah. It's all trims and tilables. So like the rope bits, which are like broken, they're currently broken in UVs. That's a trim. The wood is a trim. These frayed edges are a trim, and then this is just a tileable. Everything is just cobbled together from stuff. Get my light here for it. Apply the geo. So how does the back do it? Hold on, let me blow my nose for a second. Be right back. Sorry about that. Yeah, like I think everything, almost everything in the scene is textured with a trim or tilables. That's it. Yeah, I'm taking laziness / optimization to the max. Let's make sure that the cloth that sticks with the frame. So we want to have it resting on the frame itself. Like nice and interactive. And for stuff like this, where we have like stuff intersecting, right? You can just massage that in. Kind of wraps around things. Work smarter, not harder. Exactly. That's honestly basically my entire scene. Know that I don't have the scene open right now, but let me we have an example to look at. So the trim stuff is in a different slot material than the tileable stuff, right? Yes. So what I just mentioned, right? Like the ropes, the wood, the cloth trims, and the cloth itself, there's 4 different slots that I'm working with. So let's have a look. We go to city. You can kind of see that, like, I'm kind of working on the market stalls right now, right? But everything is textured with trims and tilables. Like everything. Oh my god, this guy is just stuck in it. Sorry, my dude. Yeah, you can do a lot, you know? You can do a lot with trims and tilables. I think the only thing that I make unique is the thing that really needs it. Like, for example, when I made tools, you could make them with a tileable, but I think in those cases, like, it's better to have like a normal map that really like highlights the edges and all that stuff, rather than adding like much more geometry to compensate for it. But those are like the cases where I do bake bake stuff down from like a high poly onto a poly. Does this section make sense? Oh, okay. So this edge is kind of looping over this, right? So that means that we need to push all this stuff down, because that's going to be resting on the lower frame instead. I'm gonna create something like this. How do you decide the width of each line of a trim texture? It's both based on texel density, right? The texel density that you're working with, and how big it's gonna be in world, right? So, if you wanna read up on texel density, let me share a little section here. Oh, actually, let me share 2 things. Because we do have a guide on trim sheets, and also one about texel density as well on our website. So I'm just gonna plug those 2 things at the same time. Here you go. Both offer like a good explanation on each topic. But like with a trim, it's not ever gonna be 100% perfect. So you'll probably see me scale things up and down until hopefully within certain reason, right? But yeah, it's never gonna be like a trim, in my opinion, is never gonna be like 100% like pixel density accurate unless you're like really good, or like not really good, but like really good at like pre-planning and like measuring everything, and you're never gonna have any scale variation in your objects whatsoever. So it's probably a little bit easier to do with hard surface, my opinion, compared to what I'm doing here, right? Because everything needs to be more organic, so I'm kind of expecting to add more variation in my assets compared to something that is like machine made, right? At some point, the more you do it, the more you'll know. 100% too, yeah. I think something like trim sheets, just you need a little bit of practice, you know. I'll give you a couple more tips. If you're starting out with your first trim sheet, don't try to make it first before testing it. Make a really quick block out and test it out. Like it can be like solid colors, or it can even be like a really quick bake or something like that, right? But like the earlier that you test something like this, the better you're gonna get like an understanding of what it is you're missing or how good something works already. So test early, people. All here. Off a little more. What was first, the trim or the prop? That's a deep question, though. Trying to think. In my scene, trim was first. In general, it's props, right? Like if you're talking about game development in general, in life, yes, it was definitely the prop. There was a Substance Painter tutorial on how to trim sheets, something sci-fi from the Adobe YouTube channel. That could be a good one. One that I always recommend if you're getting into trim sheets, apart from the tutorial that I just shared, right? If you like reading, a video tutorial from Polygon Academy. He did like an awesome overview on how to use trim sheets and how to make it. Super cool tutorial. Especially if it's your first time. Highly recommend that one. Polygon Academy. Let me share it. Dung, dung, dung. This is the one. Go check that one out. Like a really nice high-level overview. getting somewhere. Like a bit of open space here that's going to be tied together by little knot. Use the ultimate trim sheet generator for Substance Painter. It's free and nice to get your layout started. Oh, okay. Haven't heard about that one. So check that out after the stream. It's a cheeky scale here. This one through the loop. Tie that together. It's gonna this. Probably gonna do a lot of cleanup on these ropes today as well. Do you bake any normal maps for any of your props? Only for a couple. So I made like a whole bunch of blacksmith tools and they're baked down. Stone walls are also baked down. All the rest of it is made with trim sheets, I think. As far as I can remember now. Might at some point do like big set pieces or something like that. That would be cool to have them baked down. But haven't needed them up until this point, so doubt that we'll need them for that too. Let's see. Variation in guys as well. Thank you so much for the questions so far, people. We appreciate it. If there's anything else you have questions about, feel free to ask away. As always, love to help. But yeah, I'm generally, like in general, I'm focused on like the really big picture, right? So if you think about it, like if I were to do like a scene of this scale and I would have to bake like everything down, it would take me like so much longer, right? Like sculpting every little asset as like a unique asset and then baking it down and texturing it just take way too long. Way too long. Let's see. We're gonna add some frayed edges to this little section as well. Select this edge. Just gonna slap a different texture on. Quick UV. Rims. That. Now we have like little frayed edge. Really nice. We do have to tweak it a little bit, but in terms of looks. Christian, welcome to the chat. Hi, mate. I love your streams. Wanted to ask a question, if that's okay. 100%. With trim sheets, are you strict with the texel density or of 10% below or under on the asset? How do you personally approach it? I try to keep it in mind as much as possible. I have a bigger tolerance than 10%. I think 15 to 20, depending on the asset. It also... It's kind of a weird one, right? Because I try to do a lot of it by looks as well. So if it really looks like the difference is a lot, then I know that I have to adjust it. But sometimes I allow myself a little bit more leeway than being like super strict and precise about it, you know? Because I feel like to a certain degree, also not working in the industry. Well, I'm also not working in a games company at this point, right? So give myself a little bit of leeway. Have a little bit of fun with it instead of being so, I don't know, deterministic with these things. But in an ideal world, yeah, you would probably stick to like a certain percentage, like you're saying, right? Where it's like, let's say 20% max, like up and down. Martijn is asking a question. How would I go about telling them I need more time to consider my options without losing this one other studio if it won't work out? Wait, what's is there context to this? So you're talking about studio offers, right? How would I go about telling them I need some more time to consider my options without losing this one whenever other studios won't work out? That's a interesting position to be in, because you don't want to word it like that, because then you're gonna tell them basically that they're like a rebound studio, right? And then what they'll likely do is they'll increase the pressure and just say like, hey, look, we need like you to come back to us in like 2 days or whatever, right? I would say try to keep it super generic and give them a timeline yourself. If that timeline is reasonable, then they will shift towards that timeline, right? With something like this, you're always gonna run the risk of that studio saying like, hey, look, like we still have like lots of other people in the running too, so I mean, you're gonna have to make a decision within X days, right? You're always gonna run that risk. So I would honestly keep it like pretty generic, and just say that you're still like considering this option specifically. Because I mean, studios are made out of people, right? So people are also gonna notice that, oh, okay, he's playing this game, so he probably has like different offers as well. I'll give some extra context. When I was applying at Ubisoft, right? I had an open offer from another studio that I didn't really want to join, but I was also kind of keeping it in the back of my pocket. And what I ended up doing was taking like a huge risk because I didn't have my offer from Ubisoft on the table already. But the other company wanted me to reply by like 12 noon. Like the day after I had like an interview with Ubisoft, right? And they didn't know that I had like an interview with them. At least I don't think so. So they said like, hey, get back to us like noon, you know, like noon tomorrow. So what I ended up doing is like declining that offer without any other offer on the table, and I was just lucky that I got the Ubisoft one. Do I recommend that approach? Probably not, but that's how it worked out for me. So it's very, very tricky and very personal. But sometimes, yeah, a risk might be appropriate. Sometimes you just have to go for the safe option, you know? That depends a lot on your personal situation as well. So yeah, it's all about timing. It's all about timing. Because let's say you have one offer, but you have an interview with another studio in 2 weeks. Like, that is like a really big gap to hold on to the offer from the first studio, in my opinion. Because with each passing day, like you're losing your opportunity for that offer, right? It did make an offer, so that offer is gonna be on the table unless they say it isn't. But you don't really know the timing of it. So yeah, I know that I keep dancing around the topic for a little bit, but yeah, it's very rough to say, very tricky to say with certainty, kind of things. Let's see. Bit of hang in this, guys. Go Jay, welcome. Going. Let me know if that helped, Martin, or if you want me to elaborate on something. And then the apples is coming in with also a question. Thank you so much for the question, people. I'm about to start my shop market in my scene. Can you show us your trim for the wood and the tissue one? The tissue one? The cloth one that I'm working on right now. That's just a tileable. So what you're seeing here is literally just like tileable texture. That's it. So I got this one, and then I also got like trims as well that I use for the edges, right? Like the broken edges. What I might do is add like 2 more trims here, and then cut it in half, so we have like a 2x1 texture to make it a bit more optimized. And then when it comes to the wood, The wood trim is literally just this. Like we have a whole bunch of strips, right? For planks, sides, beams, all that kind of stuff. We have a whole bunch of end pieces that I can use for all the ends. And then all the other stuff are all decals that I add on top of it. And this section down here is literally just empty. Like, I haven't really decided what I'm gonna do with it. But, yeah. Not sure. I might just keep it empty. Or maybe what I could do is make like a big... I was thinking about like a big end piece. Like a big... like a big stump or something like that. But that's probably going to be built into the foliage. Not sure. That's the same trim for the houses? Yeah, everything that's wood in my scene is made with this. All of it. So like the market carts, the houses, the crates, like these market stalls, these everything. You know, like even the plates and all that stuff. The barrels, everything is made with that single trim texture. Everything that's wood. Laura is coming in with an answer to Martin's position as well. I would pick your first choice and then go with them and say you have an offer but would like to hear their decision first. Oh, well, so that's an interesting one, Laura, because as I understand correctly, right? You're saying like, hey, I'm ready to accept this offer, but I do want you to know that I have another offer on the table as well from another studio. Like, I feel if you're gonna use it that way, what you need to do, you're kind of setting yourself up in a position where you're saying like, hey, I do have another offer there. You kind of want to use that to something more, right? Either to negotiate for a higher salary at the position that they currently offered you, right? You could use it that way. Or yeah, maybe something else. Like if you're not going to use it, I would honestly not even bring it up. You know what I'm saying? Because then you're kind of saying like, hey, I have another offer on the table, but I don't care about that. Like, then why say it at all? You know? That's at least my opinion. What do you guys think about that? Because that's an interesting topic, I feel. Like, what would you do if you have... I mean, there's some context missing here, right? But what would you do if you have two offers on the table? Maybe to reflect this back to you as well, Martin. Like, what are you thinking about doing right now? Are you thinking about grabbing the second option? There, and I'm gonna... Okay, thanks a lot. No worries, the apples. Thank you for the question. It's up a little bit. I'm gonna duplicate it and then scale it. Oh wait, I'm gonna scale it down normal. Because I do want to have like a couple of layers here. So we have like a couple of layers of this fabric material. Now we can kind of play around with how much they're coming out of it too. Just to give it some nice little detail, you know? I see, not sure I can play this power move. It's for an internship. You can always do it. It's... I think that you can always do it because an internship is also still like a professional position, right? It kind of depends. I mean, it kind of depends on the context, right? If you're going for like, if they're both like unpaid internships, then yeah, there's nothing really to bargain for, right? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe these days, like an internship could also be like in-house or, could be like an in-house or a remote position, right? Maybe that's something you could potentially bargain for, but just guessing. I think I'll tell the first one I'm still considering my options. I met them at the DIA career fair, so they might understand. Yeah, could do that. There's honestly, so I'm gonna generalize a little bit here, right? There's honestly nothing wrong with by just being honest with them. Like if you say like, hey, look, I'm still considering other options. If that is honestly what you're doing, just say so. You know, like there's nothing wrong with that, honestly. Hey Chris, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. And then Laura is saying, not for bargaining, but finding out if you are in contention for the preferred role. So you're not really, right? Because if they already gave you an offer, that means that they already, I mean, you're not guaranteed, right? But that means that you're already like 90% calculated into the budget of the studio. So I'll give you an example, right? Let's say there's one position and they make 2 offers. They'll have to take both of them. Because if you make an offer, like, I mean, they don't have to, but like it would be like a real asshole move not to take both of them, right? Because if you make an offer to someone, it's almost like a verbal agreement. And the opposite might also, I mean, it would be stupid of them to offer like 2 offers when there's only one position in the first place, right? I don't think that even happens. Because normally, if you make an offer to someone, that means that you expect them to take that offer, right? And if they don't, cool, then it goes to the person in second place, right? But I don't think you can, I mean, you can always, but I don't think a lot of studios have 2 offers open for one position. You see what I mean? Like, you're never going to be in contention if there's already going to be, like, an offer on the table. As far as I'm aware. Yeah, I just don't want to be left with no internship. If that is your real fear, then if you have one offer on the table, but nothing else out there, I would honestly just accept the first one. Because, yeah, like, who knows? You know? Who knows who may or may not accept you? I think in this case, might be better to accept the one that you have, if you have no other options, rather than hoping that there might be a better one out there. That's the, I would honestly play it safe. Flip a coin. Yes, Andrea, coming in with the gambling suggestion. Imagine. Just like, okay, I know this is really important for my life, but I'm just gonna flip a coin. You know, screw it. Seems. I tell them I accept, but I can always tell them never mind, I haven't signed anything, right? Yes, you can, technically. I also don't think that that is like a good option, because you're basically going back on your words, right? I mean, it's not that you're gonna get onto a blacklist or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. I personally wouldn't do that. Good morning, Val. How are you doing? Like, honestly, Matan, like, the most of it depends on whether or not, or like how close that second offer is. Because if it's purely speculation on the second offer that you might get it, then yeah, it's like the thing that I'll say is that it's a no unless you get an offer, right? So working out of the speculation that you may or may not get something from another company in the future, that's a risky business. That's all I'll say. That's the main thing that I'll say. I think you'll just look like a sus person if you do that. So it's, I think that the company will be like, oh, what the fuck just happened, for a little bit, right? I think that will definitely happen. But I also think that in the long term, they don't really care about that stuff, you know? Like, you're also a student. This is probably your first time in the job market, so they know that you're not familiar with a lot of stuff that's happening too, right? So I think, let's say a couple of years down the line, you apply to that same studio again, they're not going to be like, oh, but remember in like the summer of 2023 that we did this thing to this guy and he was like, no. I don't think they're going to do that either, honestly. I think it's more from like my personal perspective that I would feel really bad if I would do that. Just, I don't know, for my sanity rather than the studio sanity, right? Because I think you are right. Like, you could totally do it. You know, there's legally nothing that they can do against it. At least as far as I'm aware. But yeah, that doesn't mean that it's like a good move in general. Yeah, you don't do this, man. Yeah. Let's see. Let's make sure that all the stuff lines up a little bit. Gonna add some warp to those edges. Edges of the cloth. Move them up and down a little bit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like have it like nice and curvy, right? So like kind of have in the front. Yeah, gonna do that. Stuff aligns a little bit. Sit down at the strategy table. Let's do it. I mean, it is honestly like super tricky. It's honestly super tricky because you're kind of hoping that like the timings of these things like always work out, but they, in my opinion, like in my experience, it never really do. And like also in the grand scheme of things, right? It's only an internship. So the worst thing that's going to happen is that you may or may not like your work for like 6 months and then switch companies, right? But all in all, in the grand scheme of things, I know it sucks, but it's not the worst thing. Also, I'll give you another thing. I didn't expect my internship to be as fun as I was expecting it to be. So keep that in mind as well, because sometimes we have this perception that might be off when you like join a studio. And it's like, but they only do X, you know? And then you actually join it and it's like, oh shit, this is actually super fun to work on. Yeah, all I'm saying is don't over rely on like your first look of a company, say. Looking forward to seeing this in the scene. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's already in there. It's just not in a good state at the moment. So that's what we're currently doing. We're oh, don't mind all the pink stuff. That's RVT. I haven't set that up in this level. Yeah. Doing some refinements to all these meshes. We have like some of the frayed edges on them. Doing the cloth. This one just needed like the most work, I think, out of all of them. Yeah, best of luck, Martijn. Best of luck. To come back to another question that we had from Olympic. Any recommendations for the monitors to use for game dev? Probably the main thing that I would look out for is 100% sRGB. Like, just like a really nicely color calibrated one. The one that I have is like a BenQ designer. It's like a 2K monitor. I have 2 of them. So, yeah. That's the one that I would personally recommend. I've been using them for... When did I buy them? Like 8 years ago or something like that? I bought one at first, like 8 years ago, and then I bought another one like 4 years ago, I think. They have like a bunch of night features, such as like night mode, and like they automatically adjust their brightness and all that stuff. It helps. It helps reduce eye strain as well. I think they have low latency, but hey, I don't game anymore, so I don't really care about that anyway. Like the games that I play, like it doesn't really matter if I get like quick response rates, you know? You also get experience and you get to network. That's one upside as well. Yes, exactly, Andrea. That's a good point. I think, honestly, the most valuable thing about your first couple of interviews is that you actually sat down and did the interview. Because now you know a little bit better what to expect from, like, your next interview, right? Because the first one, no matter how much you prepare yourself for it, it's always going to be really stressful. You don't really know which questions to ask. Like, it's kind of a little bit awkward. Like, I mean, not awkward per se for like the people in the room, right? But just awkward because, again, you don't know what to expect. But then second one is going to be better. Third one is going to be even better than that one. And before you know, you're going to be really good at doing interviews. like negotiating and all that cool stuff. If I buy a subscription from your Patreon or whatever it's called, will the whole book be available? Yes. Yeah. You can get the whole book if you sign up to become a member of our Patreon. Yeah. Of course, we would love it if you were to stay afterwards, but hey, that's up to you. Let's make sure that all the stuff looks nice. Now, once we kind of have like the base shape going, I'm gonna add in like some more divisions that we can smooth some of these shapes out. Make sure stuff doesn't fuck up like this. Really. Down a little bit more as well. Probably want to select soft selection is your friend. If people are wondering, that's what you're seeing when you see like this weird circle, right? Like the circle that I'm using. It's just like soft selection. Every program out there has it. It's super nice if you want to work with like curvy stuff. So this is like hanging over the little pillar over here. Those curves up, same thing. So that goes into there. Okay, so I think it's time to refine some of the ropes as well. I'm pretty happy with the fabric. Oh, wait, no, there's one edge that we still need to. It did that. Straighten it. Just get onto this little trim here. Am I using the UV squares add-on to straighten the UVs? I don't think so. I think this is coming from UV Toolkit. Yeah, it's from UV Toolkit. I think Zen UV might even have it as well, but I'm honestly not sure. Quadrify Islands probably does the same thing. Oh. God. Wait, was that the quadrify thing? Oh no, it's probably because I stacked some islands. Never mind. Okay. To quickly redo these guys. Guys are broken as well. I think it's because I stacked islands when I couldn't have. It's my bad. To angular font. Island stacking is something that I hate so much, because it changes some of the other UVs as well without you even knowing, so it gets super annoying sometimes. Oh, in Zen UV, it is the same when you do quadrify islands with an edge selected. Oh, okay, that makes sense. You kind of just use the edge as a reference. No. Okay. Do this again. We actually... a bit of rotation actually doesn't look too bad. Yeah. Quite nice. Let's check it in the engine. Cool. I need to get rid of the dirt though, so let's see. Yeah, nice. Okay. That. Just checking if I missed like any edges. That. Good. This looks really tiny. Probably need to fix that up. Same for this, honestly. Like, I think all that stuff looks really tiny in comparison. Wanna... Watch out with the warping here. The issues on this side. Section missing here. Oh, that's just not wrapped correct. Side. It's... See how it does this? Like when I try to straighten this one island, it straightens like the rest of it as well. I have to be on like island selection. Which if you don't realize that you're doing that because you have hidden like a part of your asset, you can get annoyed pretty quickly. It's on there. I don't really care about like trade ends too much. Edge breakup. Just realize you have your UV editor on the right side. Yeah. I honestly, I keep doing this so much where I'm just like modeling stuff even with the UV editor open. So I'm only using like half of the space of my screen. And I just don't even realize it until it's like way later. So I think looking at this little section, I think we need to push this trim up as well. At least by half, because these frayed ends, they're like really long, which I don't want. Why do you do things like that? You're hurting my feelings. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't understand what I did. Yeah, I think cutting that in half would be good, because it's way too long. And then what we're gonna do is probably replace that empty space with like a new trim, because I don't want to remap the other trim as well. Just gonna do that instead at some point. Just fix like all the other UVs, do some details. Honestly, just gonna trim the RV. Did you make the trims yourself? In that case, which program do you use for that? Let me think. So for the wood trim, I used Blender for the sculpting, then baked it down, and I used Substance Painter for the texturing. For most of the other trims, I think I just used Substance Designer. can just show you the cloth trim. Working on it yesterday. Yeah, this is our little trim over. I think if I wanna something else. That's gonna be better in terms of distance. I think what we could do then is see. Subtract from it. Do here. Yeah. Guess I kind of got a blur here anyway. Something like this so that we have like some variation in the frayed edges as well. Never know how to mess with the alpha in designer. Yeah, you can do also all kinds of crazy stuff. Trims. Might be. No. We can push and pull a little bit, right? Because we can still like extend the mesh. That's good enough for now. And then we'll just add like a new trim in the middle of the two. Make up for that empty space that we now created. No. Oh. Only thing I ever use it now is for cleaning up. Scan data now and baking. Yeah. I use it for a lot of things actually. Like, even if I want to do like some light photo editing or like combine stuff into channels, like I use Substance Painter for that as well. A versatile little program. Okay. Yo, awesome work. Thank you, Sanad. Thank you so much. You're gonna love how fast it is too. Yeah. Percent. Love it. Got this one. Out a little bit. I still need to learn designer. It just looks so intimidating. It's honestly not. I think the best thing that I can say is you gotta look at everything as like black and white. I think the most difficult thing is how to get like a good base color map. But like the rest of it is actually comparatively easy if you just switch your thinking to like black and white and you're layering. So what I'll mean is that let's say you start with black, right? Like you start with black values, and then whenever you want to add something to it, it has to be lighter than that value, right? You could also do it the opposite way, by the way, where you have like a white value. If you want to cut into it, it needs to be black, right? So you're basically working with, you gotta kind of, it's a weird way of looking at it, but I kind of look at it like a volume. So, and I know that like the bottom of the volume is black and the top of the volume is white. So that whenever I'm adding like a new shape into the mix, I kind of know where it needs to go in the stack based on how light or black something is. It's yeah. I mean, it is difficult to think about, right? But I think once you just really start working with it that way, that helped me a lot personally. If you go through the Substance, the Adobe YouTube videos, you get a very good start. Yeah, they've been very good as well. Let's see, we have like this loose end, which we kind of need to tie up. What's this bit of rope doing? No, we made a mistake because this bit of rope needs to connect with these guys at some point. So it kind of needs to do something like this instead. This is not gonna picking stuff up as I go along. Let's see if it works. Wait, can't I just be lazy and grab like a connection like this from? To be lazy though. Is this one? Doesn't work. I tried following along the dirt ground tutorial and it was fun. Not so bad, but it's one of those feelings I get when I'm slightly intimidated by it. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, the first time with everything is always really difficult, right? If I could give you like a suggestion, it would probably be not to go with something like a dirt road, but try to make tiles or something like that. Like bathroom tiles, not with an intricate pattern, right? But just really basic tiles. That's the way that I started out with too, because there is a tile sampler, right? So it gives you like a head start in the beginning, and then you need to figure out ways how you can cut into tiles without making it repeating, right? Or like repetitive. And that to me, probably like a really good way to start, because you get to know the program and how to like cut into things without, because the thing that I feel is with dirt or with plaster, especially plaster, like those things are really tricky because they rely on like lots of fine layers, where like a tile, it's more like, I mean, they still have like a lot of layering to it, but like the base of a tile is like very cut and dry, right? You have a tile, okay, I want to break a piece of a tile, how do I do that? Me, it's like a little bit more straightforward when I was starting out. So I think, yeah, I want to get, let's figure it out. Do it that way. I mean, it doesn't need to be perfect either. Something. That then? Like a little bit of tension. Now I need to see, because this one goes around there, so they kind of need to go down instead. This one needs to connect with this guy. Oh no, because that's the same one. Wait, is that right? No one's gonna see that. Screw it. No one's gonna see it. Pretend. Sure that they're a bit tighter as well. I recently got your create tiles with designer PDF, the free one. I actually need to look through that one as well. Yeah, I think, well, it's been ages since I wrote that one. It's kind of long in hindsight, but that's basically how I started, right? And then I tried to put like my learnings to words there, step by step. Oh, making metal rivets or a wall with a window on it is where I started. Yeah, the metal rivets one is good as well. Something simple like you have plastic, it kind of looks like bubble wrap, but it's made out of rubber. That's probably like a really good one to start out with as well, because it's relatively simple again in terms of structure. Yeah, there's so many things that you could start out with. So break this guy apart. This one. This one. Guessing the theory is still the same though? Yeah. The theory still applies of it. Like the core theory of like thinking black and white and like how to layer things, like that's not really gonna change. The main thing that changed might be the nodes that you're gonna be using, right? Because in the meantime, I also learned a lot about it. Where with my tiles, what is probably gonna be like a very important node now is flood fill to gradient, or flood fill to random grayscale. Those are like really good nodes to generate randomization between tiles, or like breakup between tiles. They're really good for those things. What is that add-on called again to make the added loop cuts around again? The one that I'm using is set flow. It's the one that I'm using. Wait, we didn't connect this. Oh, it's broken here. Yeah, there we go. Thing that we need here. I don't know where this is gonna. Like, we have an open end here. Oh, okay. I've got an idea. Yeah, this is get a little bit messy, but don't care. I think. Yeah, I do. Or yet. Have. It's going up. You can see how messy I work. Getting to see it close and personal. Dirty. I'm just making this knot up as I go. It just needs to convince people. Actually need to work. Edge. So now, here to see wherever is the most hidden. They're gonna be that as a seam as well. And then we're just gonna take this. Oh, it's too idle. Oh, because I got two of these guys. What? But it means that somewhere, like, there's a twist happening where the top changes from... Dang. Okay, okay. Didn't calculate that one in. I think it might be this guy. I'm honestly just guessing at this point. I mean, it could honestly happen anyway. How can we avoid this? I didn't get to the live stream on Wednesday, but I just wanted to thank you for all the great tips you have provided. Oh, no worries, Populous. Solve. So, okay. So, what am I looking for? Good question, Sarah. So, what am I currently looking for is there is a point in this curve where the top switches to the bottom. Like, basically, one of the mesh sections is rotated in such a way that if I select one loop, it will basically select like two loops. I don't want that. I want one singular loop. So I'm gonna see. And this is breaking my brain a bit though. Bit. There. This is about the messiest that you can get. Apologies. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Good to go again. Now, section a bit. That was a little bit messy, but hey. No! Okay, let me go. No, I do it again. Okay, so now we have this one edge. Which basically allows us to wrap this whole thing as a singular spline. Straighten it up. What is that set flow button? It's from a little add-on. I think it's literally just called set flow. Which basically smoothens out one edge ring or like one edge loop compared to the ones that are beside it. I'll link to this beautiful add-on from Benjamin Sauter. I hope that it still works. It hasn't been updated in a while, but it still works. I mean, it's definitely working for me, so. Let's see. Why does this one go into, like, pretty handy thing? Yeah! It's probably one of my most used ones. Called the Edgeflow add-on now, isn't it? Got no idea. I'm still using the old version. Using the free one, that is. Yeah, it's the one that I just linked, the GitHub one. Mistake somewhere. Be doing what I want it to do. Okay, let's try the Zen UV way then. There we go. That works. I'll take that as a win. And now we just simply map that onto ropes. Ding! We have a beautiful rope. It's so nice to work with trims. And now, for the sake of extra laziness, let's just duplicate it over to the side. All this stuff. Oh no, it had correct face attributes on, which will retain the UVs, but it's not what we want. Yes, lazy power, let's go. Nobody's gonna know. I love it. Okay, let's see if we can extend our laziness a little bit more. Done being lazy. Oh no. It's a different rotation. Damn it. Yes it is. Hey. Okay. I see a way. I see a way. Nobody's gonna know. Except all of you guys. It's our secret. No, Sarah, you're wrong. I'm going into the VOD after this, and I'm gonna blur this section out. You know, I'm gonna erase my mistakes. No one's ever gonna know. You imagine that would take me so much time. My God. Sneaky, sneaky. squish this into place. Yes. Nice. And laziness again. You don't even need to flip this guy. I think this one... That's why you gotta clamp real loud when you do something, so you can just cut the spike in the audio. Oh my god, yeah. I think I'm gonna need something more subtle, you know, like something that if you're just like a viewer coming in for once, you don't notice it, but like the people that have been here, they know what's happening. You know, like more like an inside thing that we have going on. Something like a little quack or something like that, you know? But hello, how you can see those red colored back faces in the viewport. It's in your preferences. So let me see if I can find it really quick. 3D viewport. Face orientation back. I've set that to always be visible. And I've set the front to be like completely... Because normally it looks something like this, right? I've disabled the front one and I've only enabled the back one. Yeah, that's it. Super simple to set it up, and then you just have to enable, where is it? Face orientation here. I instantly know if I fucked up my normals, which is super handy. Develops a cold. I mean, yeah, that's what I was saying in the beginning of the stream, right? That's, oh, I feel a tickle in my throat. That's basically gonna be like my permanent state now. It's gonna have like a cough forever, just so that I can cover up like the edits afterwards. Does it help, Mattia? Or was that too quick? I know that I kinda rushed through that really quickly. These room sheets always amaze me, no matter how times I see simple, cool stuff you use for them. They always just amaze me. Yeah, you can do so much. Without thanks will be super useful. No worries. Happy. These guys. So we're gonna do the same thing here. I just like rotate them. This one is okay. I think the connections here are a little bit messy, so maybe Notion is permanently on when I'm watching your stream, so you never know when there's like a quick little tip you want to write down. Sounds like I need to continue writing like the weekly tips that I was doing, huh? Honestly, talking about that, I'm kind of in a weird space now where I do know that I want to do something new, something helpful, you know, like the weekly tips that I was doing. But I don't want to just continue doing the weekly tips because they kind of like expand their course. So I'm kind of in this weird spot when I'm taking a lot of time to think about what would be next, but I'm kind of undecided on it. So not too sure what's gonna happen with it. Just keep it. Maybe push this guy up a little bit. That connection makes a little bit more sense. Because I'm pretty sure that there's going to be like community members in here that are going to be like, oh, but you had like a bunch of cool ideas. And I tried like a whole bunch of them. None of them really like stuck with me. Like I tried making like a video tutorial, but that one was too long. And I realized that tutorial, like longer form tutorials are probably not going to be my thing. Yeah. Oh, but you had a bunch of cool ideas? Yeah. Exactly, a second. There's a little bit of delay on the stream as well, right? So, yeah, I did have like a bunch of cool ideas. And I tried a couple of them. Didn't really ended up working out. Or, like, they weren't really scalable either, right? Like, the weekly tips, they were great because it was a couple of hours a week where I would just be like, okay, what are we going to talk about? And then during the week, as I was working on stuff, I would like write ideas down. But that got, well, that was a joke. Sorry a second. I thought there was a delay on the stream. But, the issue was there that there were moments when I got really busy with doing Beyond Extend stuff, so I couldn't really work on my own stuff, which then had like a cascading effect on the weekly tips because I didn't have like new ideas, right? Or like things to show because I always wanted to show them visually as well. That's why I started writing about like different types of seniorities in game. Right? Because that didn't really require like any visuals to back them up. But they always kind of felt a little bit awkward because of that too. Yeah. I'll keep exploring. I think like mini tutorials could be really interesting, I think. Like the ones that I've been playing around with. Those are probably like a really interesting thing to do. I'll investigate further. Yeah, I'm always open for ideas too, people. If you have an idea and you're like, oh, that would be so cool to see that, feel free to put it in the chat as well. Just keep trying them out until you find a medium that works for you. Yeah, I think that's what I'll keep doing as well. Thanks for the support as well, guys. I transferred that PDF into a Kindle and read through it like every now and again. There's for some extra knowledge, and it's an insanely useful thing. Thank you so much, Populous. That's awesome. How many people are in the community actively? I think we have a really strong core group of people that are like super active in a lot of times. And I think, let's say that's about like 10 to 20 people, let's say. But in total, like the community currently, let's see. Because it's kind of weird, right? Because we're up to 500 members now. But there's currently, let's say, like 80 members who are not like actively subscribed anymore, so they're probably gonna be leaving the Discord real soon. So let's say we have 400 members in, of which like we got a core group of people of like 10 to 20, and then we have like occasionally active members, which is like 50 to 100, let's say. People jump in people pitch in. But yeah. All that being said, I really try to do my best to make it, like, keep it small, even though that's kind of like anti what would you say, like anti making more money, I guess is probably the best way to say it, like anti income. But I think honestly that's the way that I want to keep it, like really connect with people. I spend a lot of time, I think you can ask like a bunch of people, I spend a lot of time sitting in voice chat on the Discord as well, just to connect with people, help them out. The purge is coming. The purge. I mean, I think we can expect people to naturally fall off as well, because there's a lot of people that joined the Patreon because it's like the cheapest way to get the book as well, right? And that's totally fine, right? That's the way that I intended it to be, so that the people that don't have the means, or that they don't have like a stable income, that they can still have access to the book for cheap, because a lot of people seem to have like benefit out of it. So that's totally by design, right? But that also means that I have to kind of keep track of who's doing that, and then if they gotten the book, then we just allow them to, or like we just have them leave the community afterward. Because also most of those people don't really engage in the community, so yeah. Maybe gone from the server now, but one day I shall return. Dun, dun, dun. I await your return, Jay. Really nice to not have chat messages buried as well. On the other servers, you post a question or ask for assistance, then 5 people post something straight after you. Yeah, that's true too. I think, honestly, it's not my work completely, right? Like, we have had a lot of feedback and a lot of help from the community at large. So I'm really thankful that we have like really well set up community where people actively participate in it, people actively give feedback and like try to help each other out. So thanks to all of you guys for making it happen too, you know? It's not just me. That's a good way to foster more engagement though. Yeah, exactly. And also that allows us to I mean that's not the only way that it allows us to, but like we just had like our first in-person meetup. And I felt like, you know, like you meet the people that are like somewhat tight in the community anyway, but there were also people that like didn't really participate up until that point, and like it was so nice to see how welcoming like everyone was. It was, oh my god, it was so amazing. I really had a good time at our meetup, especially for the first one ever. It was a freaking massive success. That's what I love, you know? Like, you connect with people and then eventually you get to meet them in real life and have a drink with them and talk about like everyday stuff, you know? It's awesome. Oh, and also, if you're not tired of me making like moving ropes on a live stream, that's also another benefit, right? You can see me do that like on the Discord as well. Oh my god. Where is this connection going? How do we do this? Just have it connect up here? Even work. What are we doing? Oh no, we need to rotate it this way then. I mean, a small community like yours has a very good potential since everybody is close-knit, and in business terms, they're good leads. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, you can watch him move ropes all morning. Yeah, that's like really the main benefit, you know? What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think that's also a thing that I personally am really proud of, right? Is that our community and me personally, we've helped like a lot of people in our community. It's really nice to see how far people have come in those years, you know? Like by their own hard work and with like a little bit of support from us, like you can God, it's so amazing to see people really grow, right? And the amount of people that I talk to now that are like, hey, we've never really spoken, but like your PDF was really helpful, right? Never imagined that that would ever happen. So it's, yeah, just a little bit unreal. That's probably what I'm trying to get at. So thank all of you for making that happen. I think let's see, talk about ropes a little. We're nearly done. I just want to make a connection here. Let's fix. You try if some. Select my way through this. Some of this. I don't join because I feel obligated to talk and I'm on a different time zone. Talking at 7 a.m. isn't my forte. Yeah, I can totally get that. That wouldn't be my forte either. What wizardry did you just do to select the faces like that? Oh, you just mean this stuff? Like growing your selection? It's control plus and control minus. It allows you to grow or shrink a selection. But I lurk and hover over your video boxes. Oh, you mean like the little previews that you get when someone's live streaming? I'm gonna be honest, I do that a lot of the times too. When I'm like, it's late and I can't join, but I'm still curious, so I'll be like, oh, just like sneakily hover over it to see if I can still recognize something. I'm glad I'm not alone. I'm glad I'm not the only like lurker like that. some of the UVs got hooked up. So it's that real. It's a loop. Don't want it to be a loop. Waiting them now. Exactly. The only problem comes when you accidentally join. Happened quite too many times. Yeah. I think I noticed you join like a couple times, like on accident. I'm just like, okay, hi, bye. It's happened to me a couple times too, so don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. What about this connection over here too? Getting there though. Starting to look nice with all these rope connections. Good. Oh no, I've been discovered. Have you finished all the work on the foliage yet? I think last I saw you, you were polishing up the grass. So the grass is in a good stage right now. Pretty happy with the grass. The main thing that I would still need to polish is are the trees. The trees probably need the most love currently. And I'm kind of debating whether I should still use speed tree for them or not. Because I know that I want to push them to the next level. And if I want to do that, then I need to look at the tool I made for them. Probably spend like a whole bunch more time improving the tool. Or I can cut my losses and switch over to... So I'm not sure yet what I'm going to do with that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the grass. The grass is looking quite nice. But yeah, the trees, they could definitely use a lot of love. Like, most of it is just like stuff bashed into each other. The UVs are kind of broken. Like, you see the squiggly wigglies are not working. They do work, you know? They do work, but I think again, if I want to push it up to the next level, that's probably what I'll be looking at. Why no speed tree? Probably costs. Probably the main reason. Let's actually have a look. Expensive it is. And also, I need to look into the license if I can sell the trees, because when I first got into trying to sell stuff, what I did was I made speed tree trees and then tried to sell them, and then you couldn't do that with speed tree at that point. So yeah, I'll have to have a look. Actually, have a look. You have a learning edition. Have an. It's a subscription, right? Studios and individuals with greater than 100k USD are restriction from. Perfect. Okay. With an annual revenue. Greater than 100k. Okay, so we need to keep that in mind as well. I mean, no way that I'm like near this. No way. But still, something to keep in mind. License. Oh god, please look. I didn't even think about that, and I'm doing the same thing. Yeah, so this is the thing. Like the first time when I tried selling trees, Speedtree reached out to me because Speedtree bought the pack, then realized that I made it with Speedtree, and then they told me to take it offline. Learning third-party software, reality. Fusion. I'm honestly not sure. Like, I will need to look into this, like, properly. Oh, don't send me to you. Oh. Oh, this is part of the Weta tool set now. No sale. Copy of the license model, library component, and license to you. Sold to you. Yeah, I would really need to look into this. Because I have no idea at this point. Yep. I'll need to look into this my own time. I'm not going to do that on stream now. But that's the main reason. Because I had those hiccups with them before, right? I mean, I didn't have hiccups with them. Like, I just didn't read the license agreement. I'll just be real about it. So, yeah. I'm trying to be, like, more careful about this now. Because let's say if I'm making the pack that has, like, the trees included in it, then I'm gonna have to take the whole pack down, exclude the trees from it. Whereas if I just make it in Blender, then I don't have any of those issues, right? Same. Seems like something I need to nail down before going forwards. There must be a way though. I've seen many people sell them on multiple sites. So that's the thing, right? I don't know if they changed that license agreement at all. Because it might be the case that you are allowed to sell Speedtree assets right now. I just have no clue. I just know that from my own experience, whenever I was trying to sell them back in the day, that you couldn't do it. But that might have completely, that might have completely changed. So yeah, something to look at. Guys up here. Connection good then. And I just need to clean up some UVs. Let's see. Where we're gonna make it connect. Yeah, maybe someone in the chat has some experience with it, right? Like, let me know if you are selling Speedtree assets. It's allowed. It'd be really interesting to hear people's experience with it, if you have any. If I find something, I'll make sure to post about it. Thanks, Val. Appreciate that. And I'll probably keep you up to date as well once I found something. I don't know when I'm gonna look into it. Yeah. Long story short, that's what I still need to do on the foliage. Yeah, I think most of the other things are done. I do want to add some other bits of foliage. So I went out into the forest, like, well, I do that every weekend. And I spend like a little bit of time like taking like photographs from like smaller bits of foliage that I've kind of cleaned up halfway through. And I probably want to turn that into like little bushes and all that stuff too. So they're gonna come in at some point. It's gonna be nice to break it all up a little bit. Let's see. It's good. Cool. Nice. Nice. Oh man, I had a whole week of picking leaves and flowers to scan before the first hit. Probably like a seasonal change, right? I figure I can still squeeze in some bark scans. Still. Yeah, so that's one thing that I've been kind of struggling with, like some bark scans. I think I will need to do like a full scan because I was relying too much on pictures, but yeah, that would be like a new thing to try out because I haven't really done any photogrammetry, you know? I've taken pictures. Oh, frost. Yeah, makes sense now. Yeah, I've taken pictures before, right? And then I cut them out and then put them on an atlas, blah, blah, blah. I do all that. But I've never really taken the time to do like a full photo scan. Maybe that would be cool to do like some bark scans like in the winter. That'd be interesting. This is spec. Scanning and just projecting normals on a texture saved me so much time. Yeah. Yeah, just projecting normals. Yeah, that's one thing that I still need to look into how I'm gonna do that. That's one of those things, you know? Like I've never really tried that before, and I'm really keen to give it a shot. I just need to take a little bit of time for it. You know? Experiment with it properly. Go away. Because like, one thing that I was thinking about, right, is like for a bark scan, you have a cylinder, I was wondering if you can like unbend a cylinder. That's probably the way that it works, right? Like if you can unbend a cylinder and then turn that into a tileable. Right? So you basically bake all the information down onto like a square or whatever fits closely. And then you use Substance Alchemist to like make it tileable, or depending on the texture, like maybe even Substance Designer, right, to make it tile. I'm like, oh, that would be cool to try, but I've never really done it. It'd be really interesting to give it a shot. Ooh, there's so much cool stuff that you can try. And this is also where the community comes in again, because I'm pretty sure that I know a bunch of people that have already experimented with photogrammetry, so I'll need to ask around. That's correct. This guy is almost broke. Yeah, this guy is really broke. What happened here, my guy? I got some really good bark the other day, but not enough of it. Did a scan with Polycam and I had no idea. I just uploaded it to Sketchfab, so I went to my Sketchfab and it was a bunch of stuff. Oh, interesting. So it automatically uploads it to Sketchfab then. And I guess anyone can download it then as well. Zooming? Guys. Oh, also, this is going to be a long shot, but since we have a decent amount of people here, is anyone going to Games Ground in Berlin? Like next month? Oh, you get to set the permissions? Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, Games Ground is like this new conference in Berlin, and I'm probably gonna check it out. So hey, if you're watching this as a VOD, let me know on Twitter. You know, reach out. Love to meet up. What do you mean with scanning and just projecting the normals, by the way, Val? Is it just, are you doing photogrammetry and then extracting the normals and then using that as like, it's like a tileable? Or do you mean like an actual asset? Sounds pretty cool, but no monies. No! No monies. I think there's like a heavy student discount, I think. Well, I mean, depends on where you live. Right? If you still have to travel, then... Yeah, it's from the 9th till the 11th of November. I'll add the link in the chat for people that might. You never know. Well, I'm non-AU and not a student, so a bit of a pickle. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, it's a first event as well, right? So I don't even know if it's gonna be worth it. Like, from But what it looks like, there's gonna be like a nice amount of people. They have some pretty interesting people as speakers as well. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to expect yet. I'll act as a guinea pig, and if it's nice, then I'll let you know. Then you can come next year. These are good. This is good. This guy's all. Hey, Henrik! Welcome. How's it going? Where are these strips coming? Oh, okay. What was the discussion about? We were literally just talking about a new conference that's coming up in Berlin called Games Ground. And I was just asking if people were going to that. Looks like a pretty neat little conference. But it's the first edition, so no clue if it's gonna do well or not. But I'm probably gonna check it out anyway. See. We will see. What's this guy? Oh yeah, that's true. Second favorite. We were also talking about Bark, so it's getting pretty exciting up in here. Hey, honestly, like, you're saying that as like that doesn't get us excited, you know? Like, come on. The amount of times that I talked about like buildings or structures and like art styles and building styles and like all the nerdy stuff that we get into. It's crazy, man. The amount of time that I'm just gawking at like a weird building and I'm like, wonder how this came to be. You know? Like, what would be like the storytelling behind this? You love plants now? Oh shit. Man, it's a drug you can't quit. I know. No. Oh, you're going to the Blender conference? That's awesome. I was potentially thinking about going to that one as well, but it's a bit too much right now. Like in terms of monies. So, yeah. That one does look pretty interesting as well, though. I do want to go at some point. Amsterdam. I think it is in Amsterdam, right? But that's cool, man. Let me know how it is, Hendrik. What am I doing? Oh. Duplicate. No. Duplicate. Fatten it up just a little bit. And then we're gonna map this to our little trims over here. Little sections. Because I want to have like a little bit of a transition going. No, don't straighten everything, please. I just want this one. You. So just like a little bit of a transition. These guys are better. Likely for only my 2 hours. I'll let you know to drive. Oh yeah, 2-hour drive. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's almost the same amount of time as it would take if I was still living in Belgium to get there as well. Same thing here as well. Just squish it up a little. That's a cool technique. Yeah, layering it up. Adding a little bit of broken sections onto the ends. When I wake up and it's overcast, I'm like, yes, let's go find a tree to photograph. Oh my god, we're such nerds. Because I was super excited about that too whenever I went out. Like, what was it? Like last week, I think. I was like, yes, it's a perfect day. Like the weather outside is like overcast and like sad as fuck, and I'm just like, excited to go out. I'm just like, yes, let's go. This is perfect. Grab the camera. Grab like the little things that I need. Let's go. Was one section that had these guys. Yeah. Let's make sure that you guys are taken care of. Man, I can understand it. When it's overcast, I think of pancakes. Wait, what? What's the relation there, Andrea? Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it, right? 100%. Been a while since I had pancakes. Yeah, it might be a good shout. Cakes. I mean, I'll get pancakes. Bake pancakes. What's happening here, my guy? Why are you not selecting? Did I fill it up? You guys, stack. Go over here. Thanks. You guys, stack. Scale down. Go over here, please. Thank you. Overcast / rain with pancakes is the best combination for me. What? Okay. Maybe she scans food. Oh no. Yeah, but it's only specifically pancakes, right? So Andrea has like thousands of like scans of just pancakes. Like a stack of pancakes, you know, like pancakes with strawberries, pancakes with like syrup. Just all kinds of pancakes. All scanned. You could become a pancake artist, you know? Just become known as like the person who only scans pancakes. It gives me that mood to feel comfortable at home, I believe. Yeah, I think that's also what Andrea is saying, right? Like, overcast, rainy weather with pancakes is the best combination. Yes. Or, I wonder who knows about this. Poffertjes? Or like, I guess some people call them Dutch pancakes, but they're like tiny pancakes. So good. I mean, they're literally just like a tiny pancake, so I mean, you can't go bad with that, you know? The only reason how I learned how to bake is for scanning stuff. What happened with these guys? These unwraps are wonky. Oh, wasn't it like Derek who used pancakes for a texture map or something? Yeah. So yeah, you're right. So Derek Elshoff, who did a workshop for us, like he had like a little bit of a bonus video at the end of that workshop where he literally used a scan of pancakes to then make mud, I think. So he made like a mud texture out of pancakes using that as a base, if I can remember correctly. I don't know which texture he made anymore, but I think it might have been mud. But he definitely used pancakes. That's right, I forgot all about that. Also, hi, Sia. I think you're back home now, right? You have a good flight? Let's see. Solved. I'm leaving you all to get pancakes and caffeine. Alert mode activated. Yeah! Thanks for popping in, second favorite. Appreciate it. Enjoy the pancakes. I died yesterday, but the flight was just long. What do you mean? You died yesterday? Did you have like major delays or something like that? Just for a little bit of context here, we were talking about the meetup before, right? So we all gathered in London, and Sia was crazy enough to fly all the way over from America for our cozy little meetup. Again, you're crazy for doing so, Sia, but I freaking loved seeing you there. Awesome. Nah, just slept all day. That checks out. I think honestly, we did the same. Like, we didn't really sleep the entire day, but like we were, I mean, it was almost as good as sleeping. Like, we just chilled out the entire day. Sofa. Not doing anything. Just chilling out. Great. Totally worth it. Hell yeah. I had yesterday an 8-hour bus trip home from Paris. That was also so exhausting. I can imagine. So, I heard some other disasters from people that had to go through Paris. So for example, there was one of our community members that had to go home. So flew back from London to Paris and then had to take like another train. And it took them like, oh god, like 12 hours or something like that to get home. Like, I didn't even know how that can be possible. It was so baffling to me. Nuts. But yeah. I can imagine like just a trip home from Paris taking 8 hours being really exhausting. Okay. Let's open asset level. Get this guy re-imported. Bunch of ropes that didn't really look like ropes yet. Curious to see the change now. Token? Yeah. The streets in Paris are like in India. Oh my god. That comparison. Well, I've never been there, so I don't know. But I've heard some interesting things from people that live there. Oh yeah, also, because we have like a whole bunch of new people in here. First of all, welcome. This is like an open question chat as well, right? So if you have any questions about game development, environment art, your own personal work, whatever I can help with, feel free to let me know. Happy to answer your questions in between just stuff. These. If you all just bear with me for a second, I'm gonna be right back. I mean, might as well just leave my screen on, but just need to wait for the coffee anyway. But yeah, feel free to ask any questions during me making coffee. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, the Paris riot's still going. Felt like the media barely covered it. I have no idea, honestly. No clue. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't keep up with the news at all. Like, if it's important, it'll reach me. Otherwise, I'm blind. It's my approach to the news these days. John is coming in with a good question. So, a good way of making splinters at the end of wood pieces to make it look damaged. With trims, of course, without increasing the poly count too much. If you want to do it with trims, the main way that you'll have to do it is by just using like alpha. Like bits of alpha, right? I'm gonna see. I don't really have splintered bits myself. I'm trying to think if I have like an asset that kind of shows this off a little bit. This guy up to date. So not really up to see. You could have a look like this, right? And if you really wanted to have a splintered look, you could have like bits of alpha that kind of stick out. You could do it that way. Like if you were to imagine that this is like more spiky, right? You just have like a little plane with like a bunch of splinters on it. That would be a way to. In that way, you're not increasing the poly count too much, right? Probably like the most performance optimized way. There is the highest terror warning at the moment. Oh, that's scary. Hope it goes over soon. Yeah, that would be like the way that I would do splinters, you know? Just have like little bits of alpha just sticking over the edge like this. I mean, this look by itself can be improved drastically. Just like a quick example. Yeah, that's the way that I would do it. Oh, and talking about questions, this is gonna be a question for all of you. Who remembers AMA Sunday? Who remembers that? Ah. Good coffee, let's go. Yeah, is there anyone in here that still remembers like when I did? I'm this old to remember those. Okay, so Guillaume remembers them. Guillaume still remembers the AMA Sundays. Awesome. I mean, it's not that old either, right? Come on. Think? Don't think I do? No? Okay. So, AMA Sundays were basically a concept where I would sit down and I would answer questions from the community, right? I would do that on, I think, a weekly basis, if I remember correctly. And sometimes it was like really interesting what people would come up with in terms of the questions. So what I've been thinking is I want to bring back the concept, but I think it would be interesting to do it as like a podcast or something like that. You know, when it's me and someone else sitting down on a regular basis. I don't think it's going to be weekly, but let's say monthly, right? and we just go through like a bunch of questions for the community. I think that could be like really interesting. Kind of have it as like a semi-podcast or something like that. I've been playing around with that idea. What do y'all think about that? Forgot about these ropes, see? Oh. This is love podcasts. Oh no, everyone's gonna say now bring the podcast back, huh? Do with this. Like, do we still want to do that? Maybe. Oh god, of course it's Raj. Whenever he sees a moment to like strike at the weakest point, he's there. Hi Raj. Yeah. Sounds good. I like the if I were you format shows. If I were you for. I have no idea what that is. Make a note of that. I don't know if that is a genre or if that is more or is it literally more like, oh, if I were you, I would do this? Or am I, or is it like an actual structure to a show? Note of that. Some research. Saw an opportunity and took it. Yeah, you little sneaky rogue. Let's see. So I'm just gonna this up, connect it. So this can go. Something to kind of indicate that the fabric is kept in place by it. An indication. Don't need that much more. Here. Okay, stretched as well for some. Lumen is currently pretty performance expensive. Do you think it will be game release ready in a year or two? Or big open world games with realistic, semi-realistic style, not being Fortnite? It is pretty performance expensive, yeah. But I think Fortnite is a good use case of that it's already running. And I think the art style of a game doesn't really matter how performance heavy something is going to be, right? I'm pretty sure that there are honestly games out there now or that are going to be released quite soon that use Lumen to their full potential. I think, wasn't Lord of the Fallen like a game that came out recently, and I think that uses Unreal Engine 5 and Lumen? I mean, it's not an open world game, right? But I think most of the people that make open worlds, they're probably gonna have bigger issues than Lumen, I think, because I feel that the workflow, the overall workflow of Unreal Engine, right? They're still catching up to like something that is like very standard in like other studios. Like for example, partitioning a world, right? That's what a lot of open world studios already were doing for like a decade, maybe even more, right? And Unreal Engine has only done that in like Unreal Engine 5. So on the open world aspect, I think they're still catching up. But I think you might be right that if you then want to combine that with like something really performance heavy or like intensive as Lumen, that a lot of companies are gonna have to find ways where they can optimize. But yeah, I don't think the style has anything to do with it, honestly. Lords of the Fallen did. It is heavy still though, still performing 30 to 60 FPS on high-end PCs, I think. Yeah, but that's not bad. I think what we are gonna see is a heavier, we're already seeing that kind of, right? Like a heavier reliance on not just pure hardware, but also stuff that comes on top of it. DLSS, FSR, and whatever the thing from AMD was. Shit, I forgot the name of it. But all those things where they use like AI to like upsample, right? We're gonna like really lean into that to a point where people are concerned about that now. Then developers, I don't know if this is true or not, right? But there's like speculation in the market right now that there's gonna be like an over reliance onto it, and that they're just gonna kind of throw hardware kind of out of the window. That is like, yeah, but like the hardware doesn't really matter. Like you can just use like DLSS, right? But yeah. I mean, who knows? I'm really curious to see those games, right? Like when they come out. But people are expecting 120 FPS on new gen games, which are pushing new technology. I think if people are expecting that, they have to lower their expectations. 120 FPS, like I think if you say that about 60 FPS, I think that's fair. I think there's a lot of people that expect like 60 FPS now. 120 is just stupid to expect that. Is it gonna happen in the future? For sure. But you can't really expect that on like games that are pushing the boundaries when it comes to like being on the cutting edge of technology, and they're really pushing like everything to its limits, and then also have the same expectation that it's gonna run at like 120 FPS like all the time. There are certain games where that is more important, right? Like heavily competitive games, you want more FPS because that can matter in a game like that. But if we're talking about something like Lords of the Fallen, yeah. Yeah, though current upscaling, you can see the effects of on like Foliage. We can get a bit blurry. Depends on how much upscaling you push. One time still looks good. Two times you can see artifacts. Yeah. You can pick and choose, right? That's the thing. I think I kind of used to be a graphics nerd, right? Until I saw other people like arguing about graphics in games. And then I realized that I wasn't a graphics nerd. Because people get tripped up about like the smallest thing with games now. Because the games look so good that, yeah. I don't think people can really separate too much of it. Like if a game looks a little bit blurry, that's like literally no issue for me. None at all, you know? But yeah, going back to your original concern, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how studios are going to handle it, because I've heard rumblings from people inside studios that are working with it that it's like, I mean, you can see it by Unreal Engine itself, right? That there's still struggle to get like a decent benchmark on like 60 FPS. So let alone 120. We're not even talking about that yet. By the way, do you use any plugins for UVs? I'm using Zen UV and I find it very useful. Yeah, I'm using Zen UV too. And the thing that you brought up, like it automatically unwraps multiple meshes to a certain part of trim automatically, is super awesome. But it barely works for me for some reason. Like sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. And I kind of want predictability rather than speed. So, I don't know. It does really well on some assets, and then on other assets it's like kind of weird the way that it reacts. Yep, true that. Everyone complains about 30 to 60 FPS, but graphically the game is really pushing it further. Yeah, exactly. Zen UV, I don't know which version I'm on. Let's have a look. I'm on 4 right now. So, I don't know. Let's see. Monthly is a good idea. Going back to the previous topic as well, right? So they would get emails asking them how they would solve that problem, and with different guests to keep it fresh enough. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Oh, with Zen UV 4.1 works pretty nice for me with those functions. Oh, nice. I'll have to check it out, man. You saying that? Yeah, we'll have to see about like the other idea, right? Like the AMA Sunday, bringing that back and like having a person on. I think it would probably be like one stable guest at least, I think. And we'll see if we have like special episodes with like guests. But honestly, we'll see. We'll see. Because it was kind of floating in my head for the longest time, right? And I was like, it would be kind of nice to kind of bring that back somehow. Yeah, thanks all for the input. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's really interesting, like the way that games are developing right now. $120 is only necessary for shooter-like games, and oh man, I have a friend that hates all games that didn't like the look that didn't look like Red Dead Redemption or similar things. I mean, look, you know, people are entitled to their own opinions. You know, if you don't like playing any like non-Red Dead games, then yeah, let them do their thing. I think, I think honestly, this is so interesting, right? Because me and like my friend group used to be like that, right? Like we were all like metalheads, so we would all have like our favorite band, and whenever someone started talking about another band, it was like, nah, man, don't like it, pretending like we listened to it, and like, nah, just like outrightly dismissing it. And I feel like now that same thing happens with games as well, where people are just like, oh, whenever you hear like a certain person talking about a certain thing, it automatically gets blocked from your brain, because it's like, oh, it's not like this, it's gonna block it. But I think at some point everyone is gonna get to terms with that and be like, oh, that was kind of silly, and then a whole new realm opens up, because then you get to experience a wide range of games, right? Like, I keep saying it, like one of my favorite games that I played in the last couple of years was Coffee Talk. And it's a game that's more like a visual novel where you run a little coffee shop and you serve people drinks. Yeah. And like it holds a special place in my heart, you know? And I wouldn't have had that experience if it wasn't for me trying new things, right? So, yeah. It's fine if you only want to play Red Dead-like games, but doing yourself a little bit of a disservice, I think. It also seems, though, even bigger studios are moving to Unreal Engine instead of making their own engine. Will probably be industry standard in a few years, or we could already say it is for a new studio. Yeah, I mean, the whole term of industry standard, yeah, it's kind of a weird one, right? Because it depends so much on the studio. Because let's say, okay, let's say, okay, let's say Unreal is industry standard, but you join a company that uses their own in-house engine. Do you care what industry standard looks like? Right? That's always the thing. Like, I don't care which tool is used where. I can adapt to anything, if it's industry standard or not. I don't really mind. Like, I don't know. Like, industry standard to me, like, is really important when it comes to suggesting people what program to use as a student. And I think after that point, once you got your first job, it's kind of like outlived their usefulness a little bit. Yeah. I mean, that's my opinion on it. But I do agree. Like, it seems though that bigger studios are moving towards Unreal Engine. Yeah, wasn't there like a number that like now 50% of the games that are gonna be released on I think it was 50% of the studios that are working as first party with Xbox, they all switch to Unreal Engine or something like that. There was like a dramatic shift to Unreal at some point, which is kind of crazy to see. I feel like games nowadays are missing innovation, new genres and new functions and new styles. Realistic looks pretty popular at the moment, and most games... No, it's... I don't think games are missing innovation. I think you're looking at the wrong places. Look at indie games. Like, look at how much like innovation is happening there. Like, it's freaking mental. Like, it's freaking nuts how much stuff gets innovated on all the times in the indie space. I think you could make the argument about AAA, but that's just because AAA became so expensive, right? If you have a budget of like $500 million, right, which is not out of the question these days, to make like a AAA game, like you're gonna make something that's hopefully gonna make back half that billion, right? And if you don't, you can kind of kiss your hands goodbye to the studio. Like it's just purely a risk game, right? The stakes are so high in AAA game development now that you can't really expect them to like it's kind of difficult for them to put like everything on the line when that is literally like you're playing chess at the moment. You know, like if it works, that's good, and those are the stories that you usually hear about. But if it doesn't, then we're kind of in a situation like we are in now, right? Where like, okay, there's a studio that kind of took a gamble, but yeah, now they're shut, right? Look at Golem. Could have made a better game, yeah, but I mean, it was also like a big risk for them to get into the AAA space. And I mean, they didn't have the budget, they didn't have all that stuff, right? Look at Anthem. Right? Like Anthem was set up to be like the next big game from BioWare. And I think, yeah, kind of crazy that BioWare is still around. Honestly, if I was running a studio, I don't know if I would do it. Because now you're literally responsible for like thousands of people and their livelihoods. I don't know, man. You can see more and more indie games becoming pretty successful. Yeah, because I think people are paying more attention to it, right? And deservingly so. I think there's also like a real survivorship bias in the indie space right now, and a lot of people are like, oh, I want to make an indie game because this game did really well. And then they realize that it's really hard and that it's not about like making a successful game, but also being in the right time, in the right space, and that there's more than just like making a good game to it. I think a lot of people get caught in that trap where it's like, oh, yeah, I can make a game like this. And then it's crazy like how many people kind of fail in that. Yeah. But it is still interesting to see all the innovation happening, whether they fail or not, right? Like there's a lot of really interesting, innovative stuff happening in space. I love it. Andrea, asking a question. What is your all-time favorite game? So, I'm gonna forward your message to the chat as well. People in the chat, what is your all-time favorite game? Put it in there, and then I think my all-time favorite game. I mean, yeah, when we did Mordhau, we were really lucky to be the only ones releasing that genre, like years. Yeah. Yeah, like luck has a big role in it as well. And look, I'm not gonna pretend that I know like the ins and outs of like indie game development either, right? I've never released my own game. But from what I've read up about, yeah. But yeah, my favorite game of all time, I think, it's gonna be an interesting one because my go-to has always been Fallout 4. I've always been like a Fallout 4 fan. But I think honestly right now, that place might have been overtaken by Cyberpunk. I do really think that might be like my favorite game of all time now. Dang, the apple's coming in without hesitation. The Witcher 3. And then Henrik is saying, played all the Paladins. God, I remember that game. Did it for a little bit. Peter is saying, really hard question. I know, right? Fable 2. Fable was also really good. I really liked Fable. Because... Drea, what are you doing? You can't cheat like that. You can't pick 2 games. You said 1 game. You have to pick out of the 2. Because I mean, there's so many interesting memories that I grew up with, like waking up in the morning, booting up my Xbox 360, and immediately playing Oblivion. Such a good time with that game. Then yeah, is it like my best game of all time? No. Even though my portfolio is full of sci-fi stuff because of Halo. Fallout 4 is really good. I know, right? I think I had a lot of fun with it. It also did really enjoy Fallout 3, but I think if you look at that series, I think it might be the one for me. We make this proper. Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine just brings back so many memories. Plus the puzzle's really good. I don't think I've ever heard about that game. Look it up. Infernal Machine. When is that? They're making a new one as well. Let's see. 99. So many games. Could also be Oblivion. I know, right? Like, I feel like what I'm trying to do is I don't want to fall into like nostalgia traps, but I also don't want to fall into like recency traps, right? Because I feel like Cyberpunk falls into like the recency trap, and I'm still digesting. I'm still digesting it before I can make it like my top 1, right? But I also don't. Oh, because there's so many games that I played as like a kid where I'm like, oh yeah, best game ever. Like Quake 2. You know, played that so many times, and I played that recently because I did like an update to it. It's still so good. So much nostalgia built into it. But then, is it the best game ever? I think so. No, because it doesn't really have the complexity of like what other games bring. Like, for example, Oblivion, right? Like you get enveloped in like a whole world, and there's more to do than just like swinging your sword at shit, right? Yeah. Oh. Same with Fable, right? Like Fable is also like a game where you can do more than just yeah, more than just fight as well. Like most of the stories that I remember from Fable is like marrying someone, and then they found out that I was married to someone else, and then they had a fight, and then I orphaned our kid or something like that. Like crazy shit in like Fable. Gears of War franchise was really good. Oh my god, yeah, that brings back memories as well. Because I used to play that game a lot too. Like I had one friend, and we were like Gears of War buddies, and whenever a new one came out, I was like, let's go. Come over to my place, we're playing Gears of War. Like we would play 1 or 2 sessions until we finished like the campaign. It's like every time. Really good. Yeah, best game ever? Sure. It's, I think so. Really good game. The social gameplay in Fable was top tier, and none of the recent games have matched it. Yeah. Yeah, it was like, I was gonna say that like the stories, for example, in Cyberpunk are really good, right? But they don't have that element that is like a social sandbox, like you're describing Fable, right? Like in Fable, you kind of had this feeling that you could do a lot of stuff. But that's not what, for example, Cyberpunk is set up to be, right? Yeah. So how are we doing this? Let's connect this guy. Loops going up. Just duplicate this guy. Blight Survival is looking really good and fun. We'll see when it releases. Keep bringing up those names that I have no clue about. Oh, yeah, this one. I'm... This is the thing. Like, I'm so skeptical now because I'm a game dev, so I usually like immediately put on like my game dev hat, and I'm like, oh wait, I see a lot of Megascan stuff, like stuff that reminds me of Megascans, and I'm just like, not that it makes the game bad, right? They're just assets, but I don't know, in some weird sense, it's like, okay, so they're kind of reusing assets from there. What else are they reusing, right? And also the studio, never heard of it really, so I'm like, let's be skeptical about this guy. I don't know. Like, I'd rather be skeptical and then be like really positively surprised than like getting hyped and then being disappointed. Oh, John. By the way, I'm pretty new here. Are you working at a studio or freelancing? So what you see me doing now is what I'm doing my full time. So I run Beyond Extent, which is like an environment art community where I help people and I work on my own stuff. But I used to be a senior environment artist at Ubisoft Berlin specifically. So yeah. What about you, John? Where are you working? Because you mentioned that you worked on Mordhau, right? Yeah, like in the end, like it doesn't really matter, right? Like I was saying, like if they use megascans or not, it doesn't detract from like the gameplay, right? But also like it makes me kind of skeptical, especially in a day and age where there's like scams going around like pretty often. So I was looking at a video from like the day before yesterday, and I was just like, oh my god, they're still trying to make this work. Ugh. And it's just like, oh god, how are people getting away with this, you know? Yeah, so that's why I'm pretty sus about all this stuff, you know? Now doing a new IP. Oh, awesome! Looking forward to it, man. Love Ubisoft environments. The big picture is always so good. Yes! Love it! side. Oh, yes. Let's get into it. You think the day before will be a scam? Yes, I think so. And even if it's not, I hope that it fails. For the reason that they're just doing game development the completely wrong way, where they're making use of like a bunch of people that are volunteers. And I'm gonna speculate that once they make like a shit ton of money with the day before, that those volunteers are just gonna get screwed over. The only thing that they will have to the name is just a title that potentially did well. The rest of it, nah. So yeah, I really think so. And also, they keep changing the art direction like every couple of months. Or like at least they did it like twice or like 3 times at this point, right? That's not what you do with like that's not what you do with a product that is already out there and you've built up hype for that product in that state. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a scam. Like the way that they're doing their marketing around it as well. Like if you use your main channel to then try and peddle like an app that they were making, right? Because they needed money to fund the day before, even though they masqueraded like the app release as like a big reveal for the day before. It's just false marketing, you know? Like false advertising. Like stop doing this shit. Like just knuckle down, focus on the game. Don't try to make use of the hype to peddle some other stuff. Sorry, what are we talking about? We're talking about the day before. Like it was Steam's most wishlisted game before it got taken down because they didn't have the IP rights. Which interestingly enough, like when I was watching a video about it yesterday, they won the IP rights in a court case from Korea because they didn't trademark the name, right? The day before, they didn't trademark it. So someone else trademarked it before them, and then they also did their own trademark, but then got in a dispute with the other person that was doing it. However, the other person wasn't developing a game, so the Korean courts agreed to like, hey, look, you can use this IP now, right? You can use the name for the IP because you're developing a game and this other person is developing an app. Cool. All's good, right? Now there's rumors circulating that they have applied for a new name, like a new trademark, which is called Day World or something like that. So there's the speculation going around that they're gonna change their name from the day before to Day World. For what reason? After you won like a court case battling for the name that you wanted in the first place? Like this shit doesn't make sense. Or they're gonna use it for another app or whatever they want to peddle us next time that has the name Day World, right? I can see that happening too. Yeah, that whole thing. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. No way. No way. God, John, what were you saying? Yeah, the apple says that smells bad. Yep, sure does. Sure does. Yeah, so I mean, I don't really care about this stuff, right? Like, there's always going to be bad actors in it. I just hate that it's like built on the literal time of volunteers. I hate that because it's already so hard to convince people that are in game dev to ask for like a good wage and to be to stand up for themselves, right? And then you have people like this who make use of it and then literally say like, hey, come and volunteer for us. Yeah. Sorry, John, what you were saying? Like again, if you out the game dev, if you bring out the game dev hat and get close to the assets, you can see some sketchy seams, or that some stuff is actually pretty low poly, but the big picture is always so good. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's also what really attracts me to work for Ubisoft as well, right? And still attracts me to their worlds is that the focus on the big picture and like especially the historical accuracy and like how in depth they go with that stuff. Super inspiring to me. Get that over the other side. Any under Blender add-ons that you found useful? I think you've seen most of them in action, honestly, the ones that I use. Oh, apart from like the exporter, like the Unreal Engine exporter, super good. I use that a lot as well. Is it called like Blender for Unreal or something? Yeah. That one is super good, but otherwise, don't really use that many add-ons really. Keep it pretty vanilla. So solved as well. Let's see. So we need. Oh, you were asking about like weighted normals as well, right? Like not for this stuff. Not for this stuff. Yeah, I used to use weighted normals for some of the assets here, but I don't do that anymore. I think I reverted from it. Well, I guess sometimes I still do, but that's more to fix like. I guess sometimes what I'll do is just like slap a quick one on there, just to see what it does. Don't use it. Because sometimes I felt that in certain occasions, like Blender's normals, like they just screw up. So sometimes I'll have to like reset the normals and then like redo them. And that's when like weighted normals comes in handy. But other than that, see. Let's see. Done. Something that we could do here. Some weird geometry. Good. Could also work on AC titles then? No, I worked on the Far Cry titles. We did just have a guy that worked for Ubisoft as well doing a workshop for us. Work for Tencent now. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't work on the Assassin's Creed titles. I worked on Far Cry. Kind of weird, right? Because like the stuff that I'm doing kind of fits in with the Assassin's Creed stuff. Well, this end doesn't look good. Just want to make sure that we have like everything polished. Far Cry as well. Does world look awesome? Started with Far Cry 2 back in the day. Still favorites. Oh yeah, was Far Cry 2 the one with the malaria stuff? Because I remember a friend of mine playing it, but back then I couldn't play games. Didn't have a console, and my parents were like, "Yeah, don't know about this whole games thing," you know. Did you, as a senior artist at a big studio, work more for overseeing the work of your team, or still do a bunch of assets and stuff? So it was a combination of the two. I would say. Let's see if I can put a percentage on it. I would probably say that 60-ish% of my time was spent on actually working in the level. And then the rest of it was like very diverse, right? Like managing people, handling outsource, sitting in meetings, giving feedback, doing a little bit of art directing, like helping my lead, like helping the art director, like pretty varied, right? But I would say like 60% of my time was probably spent on doing art. Too bad overall. Includes how roles work in big studios, worked in smaller studios up until 30. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because we started with like 30 people because this was like Ubisoft Berlin, right? So we were like a new studio that was set up in Berlin, and I joined before the official opening of the studio, and it was 20 to 30 people back then. And I think right now, well, I can't say right now, but like when I left, we were around like 200-ish, I think. But that was in different projects as well, right? Not only Far Cry. Did you prefer being a senior, or do you miss, or do you like, or just doing art most of the time? No, I actually did really like senior. I think senior at that point was the point where I kind of stopped in terms of like career progression, because I think when with a lead position, that's when it gets really tough, you know, because then that's when it becomes more about you organizing things for someone else than rather you doing things, right? Because as a senior, like I was oftentimes in charge of like building benchmarks, right? Building benchmarks for the other people to follow. And also managing a couple of people and helping their career. And yeah, being that person on the team was like really exciting for me. But it was still like 60% sounds like a low percentage, right? But it was still like a lot in terms of like the overall scheme, right? And I probably could have done more if I wanted to, but I felt that my priority whenever I started managing people was helping people to grow into their career rather than my own career. That makes sense? Like, it kind of shifted from like, okay, it's all about me, rather than, oh, it's all about them, and they will help me grow in my thing in return. Andrea's got to go. Thanks for the stream, Tim. Have a fabulous weekend, everyone. Thank you so much for popping in, Andrea. Always appreciate you being here, popping up with the good questions, and enjoy the weekend yourself. So gonna yeah, John, to reflect the question back onto you, how are you finding your role at a smaller company? Because I've done the opposite. I've never worked at a small company. So we'd love to hear your opinions about it as well. Okay. Slap this on a couple of sections. Just to base project. No. Things if you like. Legacy ropes over here. Didn't glaze through the channel yet, but is there like an environment tips and tricks video you did in the past or stuff like that? I always found some nice tips I didn't know about. Yeah, so I don't know if you are a community member yet, but you can get like my full PDF, which is like 250 pages of like tips and tricks for environment art. You can get that either through becoming a community member, if that's your thing, or you can just get it on the website as well. Beyondextend.com. There's like a whole bunch of tips and tricks in there. I do have like a couple of smaller videos on our YouTube channel as well. If you're looking for a ton of tips and tricks, that's probably like the PDF you're looking for. And then onto like the small studio stuff. I love that you get to see stuff. I get to see stuff done from start to finish and doing various different assets, modular kits, environments. Yeah, that's cool. I feel like it's more rewarding to do things from start to finish rather than just doing a part of the process. Yeah, it depends, right? Yeah, it really depends. Because I do agree, right? But that's unfortunately one of the things with a bigger studio, that you're gonna have to specialize to a certain degree. And it also has the benefit of like, hey, what if you like one thing the most, right? Like let's say level art. For me, I really enjoy level art, where I can just like put stuff together and like tell stories and all that stuff. I enjoy that the most from like everything, if I had to pick. And that's what I did. You know, so that was freaking awesome that I get to do that like full time. But, you know, there's also times where I was like, oh man, I just want to go home, because then I can finally like model some stuff again, you know? So it's always a weird like two-way street. It's always a yes, but. So. Stuff here. Yeah, the thing that I was actually really fortunate with is that I joined USO Berlin as it was still being set up. So it was really interesting to see how a big company like sets up a new studio, and like the ins and outs of like managing a studio, and what like a studio culture from the get-go looks like and how it evolves over time. That stuff was like super interesting to like partially be involved in, and also just see it grow over time. That was like super interesting to me. And you're in all the big meetings as well, being a small team. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that was one thing that really surprised me. I was involved in like a lot of the big meetings too, and that was like really intimidating when you're talking to like the really senior people, right? When it's like, oh, I don't know, the art director from like the franchise is like wants to have a meeting about this. It's like, okay, yeah, let's do it, you know? Just to put that in perspective, I worked at Frontier Developments before, and the way that they had set it up back then was that you barely had any meetings, which kind of has its pros and cons as well, right? But then you go from like a place where you have barely any meetings to like a place where like meetings are like the core foundation of the studio, and it's like, oh god, like what is this dramatic shift? And it was super awkward the first time when I had to say something, because I wasn't used to it. And they literally said like, hey, you want to speak up about this? And I was like, fuck, I don't know what to say. But then after a while, you get used to it, you know? It is super cool though. Like, the amount of stuff that you get to see, the amount of people that you get to meet, and the amount of connections that you build by just being in a studio like that is freaking awesome. I think our little market stall is done. Oh no! I think I celebrated some breaking apart here. I have that. Polish. We need a little bit down, actually. Because I think the alpha is cutting some stuff out. But yeah, I do also get your point, and this is like the general feel, right? Is that you get more input in smaller studios. I think the big benefit, because I don't think it's necessarily about the input. I think it's about like how that input gets executed, right? Because a smaller studio is like way more agile when it comes to, let's say you come up with a really good idea. Like a small studio can be like, cool, let's implement it, you know? Like take charge, go for it. But in a big studio, it has to go to like many layers of like, okay, let's see if I mean, you still have to have that at like a certain point, right? If it affects like different disciplines, but I feel like the amount of talks that you need to have with different discipline heads or like different people, like it's just more expansive in a big studio compared to a smaller studio. Small studio kind of feels like it's a really small family, so you don't feel so intimidated talking to senior people about stuff. Oh, this is honestly like a really good thing that I enjoyed about Ubisoft as well. Like in the beginning, like that intimidation didn't come from the people. That intimidation came from purely me. Because once I started opening up, like there were no barriers, you know? There was no real feel of like, oh, he's senior or he's not. Like seniority. And this is interesting, right? Because Ubisoft is Ubisoft, but there's also smaller studios get to decide how they kind of run their studio. So in our studio, like we were really upfront about that. It's like seniority doesn't matter as much as you think it does, right? So everyone kind of had this like level-headed approach, and if you needed something, you just went and talked to the guy. Like even if it was like the design director or whatever. Like we're just trying to get stuff done and like make it the best game that we can do. But yeah, we used to play like beer pong every Friday in the office as well, and yeah, there was lots of beers and like get-togethers like that as well. So that was a real benefit about like becoming a new team as well, right? The smaller studio, the idea can be discussed on the spot as well. Yeah, would imagine it's pretty different. I don't think so. But yeah, it's interesting, right? Because like if you compare that to Frontier, I felt like Frontier was more separated. So you had your team, right? The environment art team. And that was the people that you like really formed a bond with, but you didn't really have like outside interactions. Whereas at Ubisoft, like I talk to concept artists and like the designers and level designers and all that stuff like on a daily basis. So yeah, but I think that might have changed now, right? So it's so hard to tell. That's still a thing. Interesting. Because the games industry keeps shifting so quickly. Because for all I know, you know, Frontier Developments might have been like, hey, that wasn't really a good approach the way that we took it, and they completely turned it around now. And I have no clue about it. I might also have. Making games is crazy, man. It's crazy. I think we're good to go on the market stall, by the way. We made some really good progress. I think this one is done. Kinda happy with where it is. Only thing that we do is just like dirty it up a little bit. Strong. To get some like in there, you know. We need some more vertices here. Working with a lot. Good studio culture really does make the difference. I did work in the development before where it was all remote, so it definitely does make the job more. Yeah, this is also an interesting thing because the whole remote versus in-house discussion, right? Because I do like the stuff that I'm doing now, right? I'm just working for myself, purely remote. It is nice. And I do have a lot of freedom, and I do have a lot of benefits because of that freedom. But it's also there are parts of studio culture that I'm missing, like really connecting with people, right? And like working on something together. And you know, like we have another project going where we're kind of collaborating with like a bunch of people from the community, and we're making some stuff happen there, which is awesome. But it's still different compared to like a full studio. You know, it's still gonna be like different. It's interesting. To have a look at. At the result that we got today. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I can only imagine that if you want to push your stuff graphically and then you also need to take into account like the lower spec hardware for the Xbox S, right? It's interesting. I'm kind of glad that we got over like the intergenerational stuff, right? Where we still had to take into account like PlayStation 4, even though that might still apply to like certain games. But I think honestly, that's what really cost Cyberpunk like a lot of points. Where because they still had to support that platform, even though that platform couldn't handle what they were trying to do graphically, right? But because the majority of people were still on that platform, yeah, of course they were not just gonna release it on PS5. They couldn't do that. Yeah. At least you're not trying to push it out on the Switch, huh? Seen some disasters from that recently. Good luck to those people. Oh yeah, this is not that one. Hey Luis! Just wanted to say hi. Thanks for popping in. So this guy is done. I mean, it's not done. I do wanna, still wanna do stuff with it. I think I also have like stacking. So Do not want that though. No, that's the base scale. Let's see. Thought I fixed that. Third layer. Tiling. A little bit. Good. Trying to see if we can make this look a bit decent. Push that down color a little bit. Yeah. Dirty. Yeah, I assumed so. They just want to have it on like their entire ecosystem, right? It's rough though. Well, best of luck. Just bought your environment book. I'll check it out later today. Thanks for all the nice tips and thoughts. Oh, no, thank you so much for buying it as well. It's awesome. Thank you so much for your support. It's looking good. Blending a little bit more. Okay, making progress, making progress. I think what would be nice if we have like a little bit of a wind sway on it. Askers. That you have like cloth flapping in the wind. Be cool. I know it doesn't seem like much, but I'm happy with the results anyway. Kind of like refined this guy. It's looking really good. I'm happy with the results. We're probably gonna propagate. I don't know how much we need to do here. Probably not much. Oh, maybe the planks on this one. Thanks for a nice after work convo. Yeah, no worries, John. It's happy to have you here as well. So just a note, if you become a Patreon supporter, you get the book for free, right? That's included with your membership. So make sure to check that out, and so that we don't like double charge you for that. Just as a tip. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave it here for now. I think we made some good progress. I'm kind of happy with where we are with the market stalls now. I just need to tweak the materials. I probably... What else do we want to do? Tweak the materials of the fringes. We definitely need to do that. And then I'm gonna see if we can tweak the materials of this as well. Oh! Also... Let's see, dude, did I already do that? Okay, so... Okay, the decals already work. I just need to do the same thing. Because the decals use a separate shader now. do that before we get sign that in. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the result. We did a lot of rope work today, which honestly, a lot of it was just like copy and paste, but it looks really nice. Happy with it. I just need to work on some of the other market stalls. Like, it's really, honestly, the next couple of streams, if I don't get to work on this in between streams, are mostly gonna be about like polishing. I'll go over what I have now. What I'm really working towards is I'm working on a series of images, working on like the main sequence now, which is this sequence right here. So we have a morning shot, and then we have Oiseau, the person that we're talking about, like going to the market. Then he's at the city gates. He goes to the market as like setting up, right? And then we have the market in the evening, and then he's going back home to his family. So that's like the whole thing here. But you can see that like the market stalls, they were pretty bare bones, so that's why I focused on it today, in the hopes to kind of get like the first series of images out. And yeah, there's some other stuff that I need to focus on. For example, I need to probably add like nameplates to this. Need to finish that one up. And do like a whole bunch of detailing to certain assets to make them look good for the final presentation. So that's what we're currently working towards. So expect like a lot more polishing, a lot more fine-tuning, a lot more detailing before we send this first little series off to ArtStation and to our little lovely portfolio. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the ride so far. Hold on to your horses because we're gonna do a lot more polishing in the next few weeks. But yeah, thank you all so much for being here. I brought it up like a couple of times during the stream. If you're interested in becoming a member of our community, you can go check out for you all. Even if you don't want to become a member of the community, we have like a whole bunch of free resources, like the links to all of our articles, our workshops, and all that stuff on there too. It's all free, so go check that out. And all the support basically goes back into making more resources for environment artists. So thank you for allowing me to do so. Thanks for being here for the entire stream. I wish you all a nice weekend, and we'll see each other later. Bye-bye. Stay creative. Just popping in here for your question, Lewis, before we round off then. What's coming next after this project is done? So this project, I'm gonna make multiple series out of it. So now we're doing a series on a farmer who's going to the market, right? Trying to sell his goods. The next one will probably be about carpenting. So people chopping wood, logging, charcoal burning, all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to see if we can get like multiple series like that out of this environment, and then we'll see where we go. Thanks for the question though. Bye bye.